Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you're watching. We'll be back again with a live match on our stream table, table number 2. It's in the seniors bracket of the men's, the 55 plus seniors tournament. And as you can see, this is the winners qualification match in the straight pool division, a race to 75 to decide who will book their place in the last 16. As it seems like the lag has not given us a clear-cut winner of the lag. So both players playing the lag once again. And it is Tomasz Malinowski who wins the lag this time. Gets to decide to break or not. To talk you through this match is myself, Arya Sorabi. Be interesting to see if either one of the players can get off to a good start and at least make a 30 break or even higher, of course. Interestingly, Thomas opted to take on the break. Feels like he can get an advantage of his break, so curious to see how he goes about this. As you can see, the long pot on the 1 is a clear-cut chance. Has to be made, of course. Ooh. Just fails to pot it. So Thomas, his tactics have proven him right. Needs to take a big decision here. I mean, he can use the 1, go into the rack and just try and split them, or needs to play a good positional shot on the 4. And that's low enough on the 4 to develop the pack. The positional shot from the 1 to the 4 could have gone wrong, but as it seems, he's played it to perfection. Oh dear me. He's missed that 4 ball, well, and you could see from his body language, not happy with himself. That was an unexpected miss, which also presents, coincidentally enough, his opponent, Ragnar Hansen, with a good opportunity to get his race off with a good start here. He's got somewhat of an unorthodox setup. Very loose though, however, his cue action. So usually the players with the loose cue action have a lot of cue power and a lot of width to them. Clearly a flow player. That little cluster of 4 balls, of course, still needs a little gentle nudge to make this first scoring visit home and dry. Of course, still needs to connect the dots, of course. I'm not entirely sure whether I feel like he went try to disturb the pack there. I think his main focus was to get the cue ball high enough up the table to leave himself options. And oh dear, that 3-ball never threatened the pocket. And it's early days, of course, but it's, for me, I always felt like misses like that, well, if it's the beginning, you can forgive yourself, but if it happens a little bit too often, that really drains the confidence out of you. But he gets a quick turnover. His opponent failed to put the aggressive shot there. And in doing so, having missed it, he's developed the whole table now for Ragnar. But Ragnar returns the compliment. That opening pot seemed very tight indeed. Proved to be, well, possibly didn't even go. That 7-ball seems to be the most obvious or standard breaking ball. At worst case, an alternative could be the 3-ball. But then again, the 3-ball is sitting absolutely perfect in the middle of the table to play a nice position on the 7 to develop the pack. So as long as he lands straight on this 3-ball, and he's got 6 pockets to choose for, as long as he lands straight on the 3, controlling the cue ball should be very easy. It's not 100% straight, but nevertheless should be able to hold the cue ball. Nice solid contact with the pack, and I think first glance he's been a bit unfortunate because I don't think the 8 ball passes the, well, I'm pretty sure it does not pass the 11. You can't get through to the putting angle on the 11. And could that 2 ball possibly go between the gap of the 11 and the 6 into the top left corner pocket? If not, well, there you can see is actually playing safe here. That's very unfortunate indeed. No real way to legislate for that, but this particular safety shot did not work out. And the cue ball, as you can see, is way too far from the bottom rail. Unexpected miss there by Ragnar, and Thomas swiftly back at the table once again. And don't know, it's usually matches like this where I feel like whoever manages to pick up the pace and well, not specifically the pace, but just cut out the silly mistakes, could easily run away with it. Of course, not a uncommon thing in straight pool. Sometimes the minor mistake can cost you the entire match, and sometimes you have these turnovers. But needless to say, once you miss and leave your opponent in with a great chance and you get back to the table within 5 minutes, well, it certainly doesn't put you under a lot of pressure. Nice little gentle nudge there on the 5 and a 6, and by doing so he's left a perfect breaking ball. The 6 ball here in this case. Needs to decide whether he wants to stay at the left side of the table, which seems the more sensible option, or has to go around the right side. Yeah, kept his cue ball to the left side. If he can leave the 8 ball, which he is looking at right now, so probably doesn't fancy his angle on the 3 ball. I'm thinking if he can land pretty straight-ish on the 8, it's very easy to play good position on the 6. Not a lot that could have gone wrong in that scenario, however, still in close control here. Might opt to go to below the 6 ball, so around it basically. He's played this one very well indeed. The only problem is if you put a little unintended side on it, all of a sudden you land a bit straighter on the 6. From this angle, no real problem to create a lot of movement into the pack. Hindsight is always very easy to say, but I thought maybe just a touch harder would have been ideal. The opening shot, let me put it that way, it could have been easier. Still expect him to putt this. He's favored to putt this, of course. Yeah, nicely cued. Positive strike there. He's got options. I mean, he can decide to run into the pack and still have options to land on multiple balls. Doesn't need to do that, of course. Thomas is clearing a little bit of traffic here before he goes into the pack. All I can say about that, it is clearly he feels he's got the cue ball on a piece of string, and just as about to say that, it looks like the situation has gone completely wrong here. I can't really see whether he's left himself any possible recovery shot here. Might have to play safe. Let's not forget he had several options to disturb the pack. And make no mistake, in that previous shot he's tried to go around the pack rather than run into it. Yeah, that's all she wrote. And be disappointed with that visit because he had, well, it looked like he had a better chance. I think that 2-ball just goes past the right side of the 7, but he's back looking at this 1-ball here. Pressure shot, not easy. But he's done well. A nice clean pot. Of course, not out of the woods just yet. As you can clearly see, that cluster needs to be disturbed, and he's running out of balls to do so. So it's either after this 7, or he needs to play pinpoint position on the 2, which he seemed to have done. Yeah, that's a nice angle. So this is basically his last chance to keep this run going. Yeah, that's always the problem when you leave it to the very last ball or penultimate ball. These things tend to happen, and this is why I feel like the most of the players prefer to go into the pack early as possible. It might look a bit aggressive, but on the other side, you statistically have more options after the break. But the longer you wait, every little inch further could prove to be too much, and then you leave yourself an awkward angle. Next thing you know, you need to pull out the super recovery shots. With the angle he's left himself on the 10 ball, he can stun across the left side of the table. Should be able to see the 8 or the 14 ball. He's decided to play position for the 11, which is of course equally fine. The only problem is the breaking ball is now more or less guaranteed to be below the pack. Something most of the players try to avoid if so possible. And that's gone wrong. He might be yeah, he's glued on the 14. And in recent years there has been a rule change where the cue ball, if it's glued to the object ball, you can actually push through it, because any sort of masse would be basically a push shot anyway. Yeah, he tried to play a very delicate shot there, but because he was masseing with a lot of side, that actually throws the object ball offline. So be disappointed with that. Looked like a great chance. Yeah, Ragnar is well and truly in trouble here. Don't know whether it's actually worth the risk. Because let's not forget, the pot in itself is already tough, but the 8 ball is sitting in such a place where, unless you leave yourself a very good angle on the 8, it's not really worth going for. Thomas looking to play this ball with some inside spin. Oh no, he's playing safe. Clearly he feels like he can get an advantage of this position. That's a funny one, because it's hard to tell whether, yeah, his opponent has called the combination, so the 8 onto the 15 ball, try to put it in the middle. And he's done so, but unfortunately, well, it's very hard to see this run continue based off this first shot. Highly likely he's going to play safe. Oh, I think Ragnar just signaled to the referee that he felt he made a foul. It was a push shot. That's why his opponent just tapped the table. Good sportsmanship there on display. Well, I mean, sure, there's a couple of options here to put this 8 ball in either of the corner pockets and try and disturb the pack, but yeah, I felt the same. Seemed always high tariff to me. And yes, he has left on this pot, but well, there is a little angle to work with here. But he's not even looking at it, Ragnar. If he's left a gap, well, I don't think so. I was about to say if he's left a gap on the cue ball onto the 3, that would have been mightily unfortunate, but I think he's alright here. That was no attempt on the bank shot, as you could clearly see. Yeah, it's hard for me to compartmentalize what he was hoping to achieve from that situation. Even if it would have landed in the corner pocket, it would have made the long pot on the 8 difficult, but very doable. So not so sure what he had in mind there. When you look at this situation here, for example, he's left himself a nice angle on the 2. He could easily go into the pack. He'd always have the 4, depending on how hard he hits this cue ball, of course. Yeah, so he basically hit the side of the cluster. That's why he's only developed 1 ball out of the cluster. If he would have hit it in the middle of the pack, you tend to think he would have disturbed a bit more. It's called a 5 ball. I believe he's got a slight angle here on the 5. Might be able to develop a few more. Yeah, nicely played. There are like 3 or 4 balls right in the vicinity of where the rack is sitting. Look at the 10, I believe it's the 14 and the 9 ball. The sooner he can clear them balls, the easier the end part of this rack becomes for him. Thomas not too worried in taking out the 11 ball, what seems to be a perfect breaking option. So based from this layout, highly likely it's either the 15 or that pink 12 ball. Was looking at the 15, he can draw his cue ball towards the right side of the table and play in close range on the 10. I suppose when you're playing from the 10 on to the 15, the cue ball needs to do a lot more traveling than this way, but he has underhit that by quite some margin actually. He'll definitely go for the 10 ball here, but needs to do a bit more with his cue ball. So the idea was good, but the execution unfortunately left something to be desired. I believe he can get to the putting angle on this 10 ball here. Yes, he can, so he should be alright. It was a thing caught that shot on the 10 ball, and having missed it, he's not left his opponent in with a straightforward shot just yet. Still make him favor to make this 11 into the bottom left corner pocket. Yeah, safely in. He's got a couple of options here. Well, judging by Thomas's body language, seems like Ragnar's got away with one there. Or can Thomas make this combination? The 13 onto the 3 ball. No, he tried to play safe. And that's not safe, I'm afraid. Ragnar can definitely see the 7. And he's got a choice to whether either play it in the middle pocket or the corner. It seems to be the corner pocket, bottom left. He's got several options here. Ragnar to disturb the pack. Seems to prefer to cherry pick the loose ones first. Yeah, clearly to see what Ragnar thought of that missed ball. It's missed opportunities like that really tend to stick with you and hurt the most, I believe. It's all fine, I mean fine. Of course, you're desperately trying to win the match, but if your opponent is running out the match or playing barely nearly perfect set, it's easy to get over that. But once you start missing clear-cut opportunities like that, that really drains your confidence. Key shot coming up here from the, well, yeah, so the 9 onto the 6. Needs to leave himself a lot of angle to work with. Yeah, this is still fine. And I suppose because he is so close to the 6 ball, it's easy for him to generate a lot of power in his cue ball. Needs to get quite some purchase on the cue ball here. Yeah, nicely played. Actually, very well controlled. He knew the harder he's going to hit the 6, the greater the chance he would miss the pack in its entirety. And he played it in such a way where he was more or less guaranteeing himself that the cue ball would not stick on the pack. So that was nicely executed. As you can see, the score, actual updated score is 50 to 19 in a race to 75. So creeping towards the finishing line ever so closely now is Thomas. In fact, each ball is now added on manually by one of the match officials. I don't think he can get enough backspin on this. Well, maybe he can, but it's not going to be a lot of. I don't know whether he's played position here or, well, he's lost his cue ball. I was just wondering whether he's trying to play. I beg your pardon, I had something stuck in my... I was just wondering whether he was trying to play perfect position on the 7, because that's the only ball that I can think of. If he's tried to play and disturb the pack, it was, well, way too soft for me. So I can only presume he tried to play position on the 7 there. But the scratch was always on, of course. Thomas can potentially putt this or jump this 11 ball, but there's no real shot after that, so not worth going for, he believes. He's got an angle here on the 13 to disturb the pack, but you know, none of the balls seems to be glued to each other, so you could end up playing this very hard, or you can cut this 11 in, come off 2 rails, and on the bottom part of the rack, oh no, he's played position on the 1 ball there. I thought for a second he would opt to play the aggressive shot. After this 1 ball, it seems like the only puttable ball is the number 13, the orange stripe 13 ball. Well, I mean, he had maybe a little less angle previously, but he had a similar shot available to him on this 13. He refused to take it on and eventually played position on the 1, which he coincidentally missed, trying to play for the same area, which is, well, a little confusing from where I'm sitting. I believe in fluking the 4, well, it wasn't the 4 ball, it was a different ball. I have to be forgiven not knowing which exact ball it was. Maybe it was the 7. He's made this, yeah, he made that shot a lot harder. That was not part of the plan there. But then again, if you're Thomas, having missed that opportunity, and he's back at the table within, well, probably a minute. So it's a lot easier to put mistakes out of your head if your opponent is not punishing you enough for them. Thomas was, well, as you can see, played a very delicate positional shot and also developed the 4 into a perfect breaking ball. Unfortunately, that happens a lot when you're a bit more focused on the second part of the shot, whether it's the path of the cue ball or the portion of the object ball you're trying to hit. And it's when we, as it's known in the cue sport, take us eye off on the pot, and then this can be the result. He was a bit straighter on the 14 ball there, Ragnar, so he had to go in and out with a lot of topspin. Still no reason for him to miss it. And what seemed to be a good opportunity for Ragnar now is all of a sudden fallen back onto the lap of Thomas. This is a pattern you see a lot in straight pull, particularly when the breaking ball is usually close to the rack. It's one of the most key positional shots you need to have in your arsenal, being able to more or less stun your cue ball off whatever rail is required into the center spot of the table. Usually that would be enough for you to leave yourself a nice in close range pot with the right amount of side. You see, he didn't have to blast the pack there. He had enough angle on the 4 ball to develop the pack in such a way where he could control the cue ball as well as, well, give himself a lot of great chances to continue the run. And by putting that 7 ball is right now on 60 putted balls. It's a race to 75, so he'll need the remaining of these balls at the table as well as a couple of extra shots if and when he gets to the next rack. One thing is for sure, of course, none of the balls are widespread open, so he'll still need 1 or 2 nudges here to make this run an easy run. Seems to have lost his cue ball a little bit. Unless that 2 and the 14 green stripe ball is a dead set combination, which it seems to be. I believe that's what the, yeah, it's called a combination. So that was going towards the right side of the jaw. Failed to make the adjustments, and well, that seemed like a great opportunity for Thomas to possibly run out the match. He's stuck on 63 points. As you can see, he only needs 14 balls to put himself into the last 16. His opponent, well, he's still in this match, but you're playing safe, particularly if you want to leave a lot of distance, you could do by placing your cue ball a lot closer to the rail than this. His opponent Thomas can clearly get his cueing hand nice and easy on the rail and cue this with a bit more certainty than if it would have been glued to the rail. Well, still proves to be a bit difficult. Needs to counter here, Ragnar. He's not got a lot of wiggle room. That was a fascinating camera angle. You could clearly see he was on the shot. He was a bit adjusting in his aiming, ever so slightly moving left and right. Managed to pot the ball, which is the most important part, of course. Should be able to get through to the 14 ball, yeah, the green stripe. Not entirely sure whether he was trying to develop the 3, but regardless, it seems to have worked out beautifully. Oh dear me. When you look at it, I mean, he's not even threaded the pocket, and it's, well, not a lot you can say about that miss. Thomas forced in an awkward situation here. I'm sure the pink 12 ball has to go on the head spot, since it's touching the rack line. If that's the case, I believe he can pot this 12 and try and leave himself some sort of an angle on the 2 ball, because that's basically the most straightforward way. There's no easy pot here on the 2 ball, so that's why he's forced to take this 12 ball here first. Seems to have a little bit more angle to hit this very hard. Yeah, missed the pack in its entirety. It's not too difficult of a safety return, of course. You can just hit one of the two top balls full in the face. The cue ball will stick to the pack there, and he'll make contact with the rail as he's done. Nice spot there by Thomas. Not so sure what he can see from where he's left his cue ball. Yeah, it was always going to be a tough safety. As you can clearly see, two balls very close to the corner pocket. And I believe he's left himself options. It's either the 8 ball or possibly the 9 ball. Yeah, he's looking at the 9 ball into the right corner pocket. He's tried to run into the pack. That's gone horribly wrong for Ragnar. Sure, he still left himself a pot here, a possible pot on the 8 ball. But what has he got left after that is the question. Well, that one little shot has opened up this rack completely. Doesn't have to take the 14 of this position, but he feels like he can leave himself a better breaking ball. This is a tough shot he has to take on here. Yeah, that's mainly due to the cue ball control more than anything. Thomas only 6 balls away for a place in the last 16, so that would mean clear the remaining balls here. Of course, it is straight pool, so 1 ball will remain. And once he makes that, he just needs 2 more pots in the next rack. Can he leave himself a nice angle to disturb and develop the pack? That's an interesting angle he's left himself on the 1 here. I believe he's left himself a bit more angle to go directly into the pack, so might have to come off 2 rails. I mean, sure, he should be able to get some contact with the pack, but the harder he hits this 1 ball, the more time the cue ball will take, and he might arc around the table, or around the pack in this case, of course. Yeah, that's the... I'm sure, I mean, needless to say, he's very much so favorite to win this match. But I'm sure he's a little bit annoyed he failed to create and develop the pack. As you can see, he only needs 2 more pots to book his place in the quarterfinal. In the last 16. One last straw here for Ragnar. Can't afford any sort of slip up from this position. Thomas signaling to the match official. The cue ball and the 7 seem to be touching. Nearly gone wrong that. Must be tight. And that was a mistake by Thomas. Should have never left his opponent a chance to see the 10 and pot it. Still a lot of work to be done, of course, here. Not only in this rack, but in the match in general by Ragnar. He's got a great angle here on the 5 to disturb a few more. Would have loved to be able to see the 6 ball. Don't think you can get through to that, so it has to be the 8 ball, which is very doable, but at the same time there's a bit of pressure on this. Well, he's looking at the combination, is he? Yeah, it seems like it. Nicely played. That was not easy. Made it look easy, however. Still okay. Can clearly get to the middle of the cue ball on this pot here. Yeah, played a delicate positional shot. Still believe he's in prime control here. Looking to peel out the 9 first. So now then, needs to decide what ball he wants to leave himself as a breaking ball. And by the looks of it, it's either going to be the 3 ball. Oh dear me. Well, let's not forget his opponent needs 2 pots. And he's, well, hard to see it go wrong from this position. Highly likely going to be the 11 and then the 2 ball for the win. And this 2 ball is for the win to book his place in the last 16. In it goes. Means the end of this discipline by, well, no, it's actually not the end. He'll still have a chance to qualify for the last 16, as it was the winner's qualification, but it is the Polish man that prevails and books his place in the last 16. A lot of pool to be played. Keep an eye out on the stream. And as far as this match is concerned, my name is Arya Sorabi. Thank you for your time and attention. And we will be back with the next match shortly, live on our YouTube channels. Bye for now.
And here we go, everyone. Welcome to the Epbf Predator European Championships for 2025. 78 players. This is the seniors. And they're playing 14-1. And we are in Assen, Netherlands. Your match will be between Dirk Schwades and Hassan Solzal. Turkish Cyprus versus the German. And notice that the one that lost the lag will probably ask the other player to break, as in straight pool. They're looking for a open rack to shoot at, the pocket balls. Straight pool, 14-1. It's called 14-1 because they'll score 14 points, leaving one on the table and re-rack to continue scoring more points if they can open the rack and make more balls. This is George CHF from Arizona in the United States, calling the shots here for you. Dirk to break first. To break. Mr. Schwades has been playing the Euro Tour since 2006. His best finish was a final 16 in 2018. And he just finished playing recently in the Austrian 2025 pool championships. And Hassan, nice break. He's questioning. Long shot on this 11 ball. And this is why they break up to the corner. Ideally, they want to leave it on the top rail, against the rail, make the shot much, much harder. But it worked for him. And he left them a shot that was missed, and he's left an opening, big opening, for Dirk. And in these Euro Pool Championships, they play all disciplines, 8 ball, 9 ball, 10 ball, 14-1. And notice how he opens up the stack some more. We've had a lot of pool this week. We just finished with the World 10 ball, a big 9-ball tournament for the ladies, a mixed doubles, and more pool coming up in October, the 7th through the 13th, with Indonesia and Bali. They'll be playing the World 10-ball championships for the women. For women's 10-ball, the new WPA doubles, and then the men's World 8-ball championships. Big title coming up in Bali, Indonesia. Dirks had the opening break, and he left a shot that Hassan went at and failed. And Dirk's now at the table. Plays nice position, doesn't move his cue ball around too much. Did a good job of opening up this rack to develop shots. Look how nice he gets on these balls here. The 1 or the 3. You'll have to move the 3 in order to give the 11 ball an open pocket. I can see him shooting the one ball here. Nice run. He's run 9 balls. 5 to go. He'll leave the 7 for a break shot. Try to play off of the 7 with the correct angle to open the stack. Oh, he's left himself a little bit of an angle that takes the cue ball away from where the bottom of the table where he wants to go to get closer to his shots. He didn't roll quite far enough. He was looking to roll a little more. He'll go 2 rails and come down for the 8. Oh, he went around 3. Still a long shot on the 7 ball. I believe he has to get on to 3 because the 10 and 11, the 2 balls by the spot, will not go by the 3 ball. 10 ball might. He's playing the 3 ball next, which means he'll come around for the 7 or the 3 balls there. Nice shot. He's got well on 7. He doesn't really want to play the 7. He'd rather keep that for a break shot. If he's going for the run, he may play safe. Yeah, he play the 10 ball. He's a little flat to play the 10 ball. His best shot here would probably be the 11 and come back for the 10 in the same pocket. Unless he can hit it real soft and play it to the opposite. He does. Now he'd like to get his cue ball about a foot from the center to the right side of the 7 so he can come into the stack and open some balls. He's pretty straight here, so he's going to be coming back with the cue ball. He's going to stay. He left it in the rack, and this gives him ball in hand behind the head string to get the angle that he wants. To play the 7 and open the stack. And by the stack, I mean the racked balls. That way you can continue shooting. He has a 14 ball run. Right off of the break. And now he has ball in hand behind the head string. A little bit of a long shot, but he's comfortable with it as he played position for it. And that's the problem with leaving yourself long. The long shots aren't as easy as the short shots or closer shots, as you can see. Now we'll see what Hassan can do with an open table. Notice he gives himself an angle to come into the balls so he can open some more shots up. He needed more angle than this. He won't be able to come in with too much energy. And this is close to the rail, so he has to elevate. And when you're elevating the cue, that can happen. So he gets 1. And Dirk back with 13 balls available in this rack for him to add to the 14 that he has. I was going into the stack right away. He's not going to get anything. He's behind the 3 ball to go for the 8. He'll probably just go ahead and get that the ball on the rail, or go off of this and get up against the ball on the bottom rail. Let's see how he handles this safety. He will be playing safe here. So far, he's been in control. He's left the ball to the side pocket. The pink 4 is open to the side. And the side's pocketed. That ball was 2 that he just made. So Dirk has 12 balls available to him for a 12-2 score in this rack. He had a 14-0 score in the first rack. Lots of choices in straight pool. He can choose to shoot the 3 ball and then get on the other balls. Because it's going to be able, he'll be able to land on it real well. Yeah. To the corner. Everything lays well if he just stays below the 9. You'd like to leave of the 2 stripes to the right of where you rack the balls, the one on the outside would make a very nice break shot. And let's see if he can develop that by properly playing the 8 ball here, the 9 ball, and then coming up for the three balls remaining. Yeah. More than likely, he will play the ball against the rail and come up for the 3. Or the 9. If he comes a little further, he has the 9. If he doesn't come as high, he'll have the 3. He's come further, so he'll play a stop shot on the 9. Or just a little bit of a draw. Ideally, he'd like to get straight in on the 5 here, so he can stop the ball and then play the 11 with a little bit of stun draw, so he can have the angle for the 13 for a break shot. Now it looks like he has a little bit of an angle going to the left, So now to come to the right of the 13 is going to be a little, maybe he's okay. We'll just watch how he does this. Yeah, see, now he's going to be able to break open the corner ball. So a 12-2 rack, and we're at 26-2. Nice angle. He can break open the corner ball of the rack and keep the cue ball on the right side to shoot that corner ball to the left-hand pocket. Let's see how hard he hits this. And see if he comes down with the cue ball or way up with the cue ball. That's the problem. But that problem was not, because now he has a nice shot to really go into the stack on this 5. He's going to choose to play the combination. Interesting. I guess he wants to get either closer to the 5 ball with a better angle, because the 7 ball will take away energy of the ball going into the stack to open it up. He's going to come into it now with this shot. And he was guaranteed a shot on the 10, so that was a very good shot. Also has a shot on the 2. Let's see if he comes up between the 1 and the 3 ball there. Dirk's final 16 finish in 2018 was an 8 ball. He's been playing the European Pool Championships since 2006. And the way he started out with a 14 ball run surprises me that he only has a final 16 finish as his best finish that I could find. They are at the Hotel de Bonte, Wever. Long shot on this 14 ball. Don't really want to leave the cue ball against the rail. We're that close. He's got a good shot. I believe the 13 ball goes, so he'll be in good shape there. I'm sorry, that's the 9. It's yellow. Max getting a solid footing here for this race to 75. First one to 75 balls, and he's already at 35. 35 to 2. Trying to see which ball he can play of those three by the spot. Probably try to get an angle to open those up with the cue ball. Oh, don't get too straight. He got perfect. He'll slide into the 7 or the 1 to develop the next shot. Now he's left himself a little bit tough. A little bit of a tough shot coming up. Does he cut the 15? Not sure if he can reach over and shoot the 1, so he's playing the 15 ball. Oh, he decided to bank the 7. But look at his cue ball. That's a nice safety. Came up with a very nice safety. Was he playing it? Possibly. He got good speed on the cue ball. And now Hassan can only get 2 balls in this rack if he can get any. He's going to have to leave them way long and try to leave it on the rail. A little short of his goal. Wrong shot on the 1. This is where it gets complicated. You can play the 1 ball to make it, but you may give up a shot. If he plays the 15, he wants to get the cue ball up against the rail where he is. Looks like he's playing the 1. And now Hassan will get the 2 balls that he needs for the 12-2 rack. And we'll be at 38 to 4. He'll have an opportunity to pocket balls. Left himself a little straight here. He may have just enough angle. No, he doesn't. I was going to say to come into the 15 and move it. The fact that the 15 ball is in the rack, it will spot at the head spot. Oh, he misses the ball, so he just gets 1. And again, Dirk will probably play position for this 15 ball up on the head spot since it's in the rack. And see if he gets positioned to get a ball and then leave a long safety. He's going to play the 15 first. He's still trying to run balls. He's aggressive. Well, it's a 13-1 rack. So it's 39 to 3. After 3 racks of play. Now see if that ball would have been on the head spot, he could just pocket it and leave the cue ball against the head rail, making it very difficult for Hassan not to leave a shot. He has to hit a ball and then get a rail after contact. As I understand it, this tournament is open to the Europeans under their federations. The Euro Tour tournaments are open for North American players. Nice safety. The beauty of the European Pool Championships is that they come in and they play 8-ball, 9-ball, 10-ball, and straight pool, all disciplines. And what a formula to develop new talent, to expand your game, to grow your game. And you have access to these tournaments almost monthly during the summer months. So far this year, they've had one in Estonia, Austria, Slovenia, and now here in the Netherlands. What a way to take a vacation. I remember when I was working, I'm retired now from 34 years of a company, and I always wanted to come to Europe and play in these Euro tours. These guys are playing for medals, although there's a minimal amount of money available. Now, the Euro Tour, they actually play for points, and again, not a lot of money, but there's money involved. The points add up, and they have an overall European ranking, which I believe Stefan Kasper from Germany is number 1, as he plays a lot of these and does very well. Stefan just had a very good outing in the men's World 10 Ball that was held this past week. And I believe he'll be going to Bali, Indonesia, for the men's World 8 Ball coming up the 7th and the 13th through the 13th of October. And along with that, we'll also have the Predator Women's 10 Ball World 10 Ball Championships, and then the Doubles Championships. Well, Hassan with an opening with a ball to the side pocket. And fails to pocket a ball. Dirk's having a field day here. The race is 75. He's at 42-3. Interesting, because Hassan has actually had 2 Final 16 finishes in 2018, 1 in 2018, and actually 3 Final 16 finishes. 1 in 2018 and 2 in 2023. Whereas Dirk, I guess, has been developing his game and getting better and better. He's only had 1 Final 16 finish in 2018, but that was an 8 ball. Oh, he's doing well there. And these events here in the European Championships are played on the highest quality equipment proudly provided by Predator. That is the Predator Arc table, only available in Europe and by Predator. Not available in the US yet. We discovered with the Predator Arcadia cloth, they're using the Predator Arco balls. Although that's not the cue ball, so is that the cue ball? Let me take another look. I may be mistaken here. As far as the balls, these may be Aramith. Dark with a pretty strong performance here. He'll hold the ball on the same side to shoot the 6 and the 12 ball. Or does he come all the way up for the 15? No, he holds it right there. The 6 ball will be a good shot for a break shot. He's got a nice angle on the 12 to come up for the 15. Some players kind of like the 15 for a break shot and come into the stack. Others don't, because you can slide off the side of the rack and go into the corner. So he's going to use the 6 ball last. He's going to have to run his cue ball 2 rails to get on the 6. He could shoot the 6 and get on the 15, and he'd have the correct angle to go into the stack. You know, with this kind of a lead, you want to protect it. So you don't want to shoot at anything that'll give up balls and let your opponent back in the match. Your opponent at 3 points or 3 balls is very much out of this match at this point. And the only way you can get back in is if you let him back in. Look how nice he got on this ball. He's going to have the wrong angle to break him out. It wouldn't be a bad idea to just pocket the ball, call a safety, or just make it and then play safe afterwards. Probably playing safe afterwards because you've opened up 1 or 2 shots, 1 or 2 balls, and just play safe from there. So 14 balls for Dirk, 0 for Hassan, and we are at 53 to 3. Oh, he tried to open up that corner ball. Now we'll see the safety. Can he park it right between the 2 balls there and open up balls in the bottom? That's exactly where he's going. He wants to stop it right there. Nicely done. That's one of the better safeties in 14 and 1, or straight pool, as it's called. Safety back. He'd like to come off this. Well, either one of those 2 balls, he's going to come off the top of the stack and come back, or is he going to just stay in the stack again? That's perfect. He may have given up an angle on the left, on the stripe underneath the cue ball. Hasan Sozal for Turkish Cypriots. I'm not sure he has a shot there, so he's going to go ahead and hit the 2 ball and stay there. He's giving up a shot here. Now, will Dirk take it or not? Or play another safe? It's a thin cut. The cue ball's going to travel, but the 3 ball's going to be available as long as he's not even looking for it. He wants to protect that lead. Looks like he's going for it now. Now he's got an open shot here. A nice one on this 5 ball. 7's next, and of course the 8 ball, if he can get a good angle on it, he can open up the bottom part of the rack, or the top part of the rack, and slide up for a shot. He's got an angle on the 8. The cue ball will have a lot of energy to go into the stack and open him up. Just make sure you pocket the ball. Oh, he's going to have cueing problems on the 3 ball. Oh, finally an opening. Is he going to get behind this ball? He may have. He got in a bad place. He's got a tough shot on this 15 for the side pocket. He's taking dead aim for the side pocket. Gets it. Oh, there we go. Let's see what he can do from here. Looks like the 1 ball goes. Well, none of these shots are exactly optimum. The ball to the side looks like the 5. It's between the 4 and the 2. He'll thin cut this 10. Not the easiest of shots. Either one will leave an opening for Dirk. If it's missed, and there it is. Missed. I'm going to take a guess and say that Hassan is not having his best day at the table. He's had better. He looked pretty good warming up. Looks like Dirk's going to take this combination on. I kind of like the 9 ball here. Nicely done. Hassan was able to get 6 balls out of the rack, so the total for Dirk will be 8 out of this rack. Looks like he's coming up for the 2 ball next. Now he wants to get, well, he's going to have to go to the left side of the 1. He can follow or he can stun the ball over for the 1 to give himself an angle to come into the bottom of the rack here. He didn't get there. Or did he? Oh, nice. 8-6 rack. To 9. 15 balls away. This rack, and if he just finishes off the rest of this rack, he closes the match out. Here's where you want to defend your lead. Don't shoot at anything that can cost you. Now, Hassan has not shown that he's capable of running 66 balls. But when you're playing against high-powered players, one miss, and you could lose the game. 125 balls, 80 balls, 90 balls. This match is only 75 balls. Oh, no. Oh, he's fortunate. Let's see what he decides to play here. How does he decide to play safe here? I'm not sure if he can hit the 50 point, or the knuckle of the corner pocket might have the cue ball blocked. He's going to go into the 5-13. Oh, he went for the ball. He could see the ball. I thought the knuckle had. Let's see. Oh, that's kind of what I was alluding to, is defending against giving up a rack. There wasn't too much to worry about. The 3 ball goes. Cue ball. It's going. Oh, again, saved by the point. I don't even know if he wants to pocket this 14. Might as well pocket the ball and then just shoot the 8 ball. Not much is open. He pocketed the ball. That was a long pot. That was risky. because that definitely would give up some points. But that opened up the rack for him. And now those are all the balls he needs. They will rack the balls before he pots the last one. But that was a good shot. He says, there's no defense in my game. I can just play all offense. Probably pot the 3 balls there on the side. And use the 13 to get the last 3. 2 in the rack and then the 10 ball. And then come up for the 14 last and close out the match. Let's see how he handles this. Until I discovered 9 ball, straight pool was my favorite game. Oh, perfect. Probably run all 4 of those balls and come for the 14 last. Dirk Schwades is looking pretty solid here with 70 balls. Well, I thought he needed... Whoa. Somewhere along the line, I think we lost a ball on the score. But either way, so now he's going to need a couple of balls out of the stack. So now we play for the 14 now and then come down for the 13 and open up another ball to close the match. Coming down table on your screen for this 14 ball next. I didn't get there. Anything but a scratch. Even this. Oh, I see. Hassan did get a ball this rack. That's why he couldn't close it out at 75. This won't be the easiest balls to get position on. Missed the ball. Again, he still has, if he can get good position on this 13 ball, if Dirk can get good position, he can open up the one last ball he'll need. Another 13 in one rack. Keep going. No, I'm going to be on the wrong side. He's been in complete control. Dirk has been in complete control. The man from Germany versus the man from Turkish Cyprus. What a pleasure to commentate these European Championships from a guy from Arizona in the U.S. Sponsors are Kamui Predator. As I mentioned earlier, the events are played on the highest quality equipment provided by Predator. The Predator Arc Table and the Predator Arcadia Cloth. Referees are courtesy of the IBPF, and there it is. Dirk Schwades will move on, and I believe Hassan Swazal will be out. We'll be back shortly with more straight pool or 14-1. This has been George Teachea bringing you the live action from Assen, Netherlands in the Predator European Championships. Thank you for joining us. Stay tuned.
second
35.
shot.
35 seconds.
35 seconds. 3-5.
Yeah.
Then after the opening shot, you have 60 seconds, and every other shot is 35 seconds.
Okay.
It's one extension correct. It's full 25 seconds added, so 1 minute
Yeah.
added after the break shot. 10 seconds before the time expires shot time. What I'm also interested in is when you call extension, please be loud, because if you're facing that way sometime like here, it will not validate if I don't repeat it. Yeah?
Okay.
So it's other than that.
So you repeat when I say extension.
Yes. If you don't hear me, that means that I control also.
Yeah.
You know how it when you get to some ages it starts to be difficult everything.
Hello and welcome to the straight pool division of the European Seniors Championships. This is a losers qualification match between Tom Eskel and Berno Heeb. It's a race to 75. Loser will be going home. Winner will be advancing to the final 16 redraw portion of the tournament. Berno wins the break. Pardon me, Tom winning the break. Three rails around, trying to freeze the cue ball in the short rail. Two balls leaked out a little bit, but the speed looks pretty good on the cue ball. Tough opener here for Berno. He can hold for the 6 if he tries to pocket the 2. Used the full pocket there, but got it down. Nicely on the 6. Looks like the 14 passes to the top right. Ideally, if he can get straight on the 14 and follow through for the 15. Let's see if the 14 has enough room. Might have to go into them now. Yeah, tough to get energy when you're hitting off such a thick ball, but didn't really have much else. Might be still on the 14 into the right middle. He is. Cue ball be running into the stack. Tough to judge this one. So we're done it. He's left the 10. So first chance for a Eskel here. European Seniors Championships will be continuing on until October 8th. 8-ball and 10-ball divisions to come. Looks like he's a little straight here. If he could create any angle going to the left, that'd be ideal. He could shoot the 15 in the opposite corner pocket. Might have to draw into the 15. Good escape there. Nicely on the 13. Can open up the 9-15 now. Still in decent line. Looks like the 9 passes the 11. In the top left. Have to find a way to get into the stack pretty quickly. That'll work. Put a big draw on this ball, but I believe he can get the cue ball drawing into the 8th. That'll separate the stack of 6 near the racking area. Well, kind of like going into it there. See if he has enough angle to come back into it now. Looks like he does. Just. Opened up 2 of them. Not ideally. Doesn't look like any combos available out of the stack. So only thing on offense for Eskel here is the 8 all the way up. He can draw the cue ball back to the similar area that it is now. Just got to be a little bit careful where you're leaving the 8 in that case. Smart shot. It's a little short of pace, leaving the 7, but not an easy one. The Asset's to the top left. That'll play a little easier. So overcut it. So a couple early misses from Heeb here. Tom looking decently strong. Not quite where he wanted to be with the cue ball on this one. Still does have the 7. Ooh, not enough draw coming back across. So it'll be that ball spotted plus another one in penalty. I believe he's left the 5. Four, pardon me. It's just straight enough on the 5 here to hold on the same side of the table where he's standing now. 3 will pass into the opposite corner pocket. Wants angle ideally here, running into the 12 or the 13. It's okay for the side. 12's going to end up in the rack. He could. He's too straight, I think. He's going to have to leave the cue ball and the object ball in the rack. Decides to just leave the object ball in the rack. It's going to be real thick here. Not going to be able to create anything back into the rack. Decent early lead for Tom after the first rack, 12-2. Going to be looking to pocket the 12 here and play safe off the second shot. Miss ball. Nothing for position either. Just kind of came out of that one. Heap can play the 12 into the stack. Kind of like that. Maybe behind it will play okay as well. He plays it into the stack. The safes will be tougher overall for Tom. This works. A little less risk of the 12 coming off the stack in a bad way. Standard straight pull safe here. Just trying to freeze the cue ball to the top of the racks. Hit it hard enough to get a rail. Nice shot. Open the 3 up nicely over the top left. Heap just looking for a way to cover the 3 going up table. He can do it from the angle he was looking at. Let's bring the cue ball over to the right long rail, back across and across again to the right side of the table. Barely moving the 2 there, getting the cue ball in a very nice position. Good shot. And it'll be up to Eskel to defend against the 3 now. Tried the low percentage combo, wasn't much else. Good opening for Heeb now. If he can get below the 12 here, that'll play well for a breakout. Even staying above it and going off the short rail, this is good. Slightest bit straight where he's not going to have a ton of energy going to the rack, but he should be able to separate some balls. Yeah, no energy there. Just fell a little straight on the 12. Just going to stay underneath the rack. He's actually left an aggressive try for Eskel here. Cue ball's naturally playing into the stack. Just gonna back off. Would have been kind of betting the game on that shot. Another opener for Berno. Nice play, getting the proper angle on the 12 stack. It's playing right into it, just has to pocket the ball. Should get some separation. Only the 15 left, but makeable. Nice shot. Back onto the 14. Like drawing over for the 8 here. Getting angle with the 8, running off the 8 for the cue ball, playing into the 2-6. Nicely done. Slightly straight. Could draw back for the 9 if he doesn't want to go into the 2-6 now. Tried that. Expected to hit the 1 off the drawing angle. Still has the combo. Nice recovery. It's on the 1 or the 5 up to the top left. Still going here. Needed to develop the 2-4-6 a little bit. He did. 6 balls lying good for a breakout. Ooh. Berno had a good rack going there. Just faltered a little bit at the end. So a chance for Tom, again with that 6 ball lying pretty good to continue the run after these 3. Quick on the stroke there. So a few mistakes coming from these players in the first 2 racks. We've ended up at 13 each. Trying to come underneath the 1, doesn't want to hit the 6. I like the play coming underneath the 1, just had to avoid the 6. He's still on the 1, obviously, and can play the 6 from below now. Just a little straight. These exact angles on the breakout shots are very important in straight pool. Difference between the cue ball being a ball thinner than this will make a huge difference on the overall separation of the rack. He will be able to get into it here. I don't see more than 3 or 4 balls leaving the stack. Let's see how it ends up. Yep, just got stuck, but he's on the 9. Can dislodge some more balls off this. Still on the 11, and the 14 or the 10 are going to play well to make some more progress in opening up the rack. Nicely done. Getting some more separation. 1 looks like it plays onto the 2 if he needs to. Gonna come over and take a look to see if the 3 goes. I believe the 12's blocking it. Just stay in focus here on these combos. Just lost the cue ball a bit here. Wanted to be on the 13. He's not. Gonna have to take a thin one on the 1. Didn't want the cue ball ideally coming so far up table, but he still has the 13 into the top right. Nice shot. Creating something out of nothing and looking good to possibly get through this rack now. Just the 8 and the 14 that have to be moved. No ideal balls for the breakout yet. Could end up being the 8 or the 14. Looks like he can go into them now. Gonna draw and do that off the 5. Need an angle though. 7 might work. There's the separation. Looks like he's pushed the 8 out of the rack. Good rack here from Berno. This will be the first full rack run of the match. Started with a 3-ball run in the previous rack, so going on 17 balls if he makes it through to the breakout shot here. Fourteen's in good position for the key ball going on to the breakout ball. Nicely done. Good angle on the 8. Gonna have a good chance to separate the rack again. Opening up a bit of a lead now, 29 to 13 after Eskel made 12 balls in the first rack. was looking for a little more speed there ideally, but he's on the 15. $12 ball is going to afford him the most energy back into the stack. No matter where he is on the 1, it's tough to get a lot of energy off the breakout. That was a creative try. But the run's going to be ended at about 20 balls. Has the lead now. Just has to look for more of the same going forward in the match. Tom's going to look for an angle where he can start creating separation out of the racking area. Can do that off the 11. Awkward stretch here. Bridging over about 5 balls. All ball fouls, don't forget. This is very tricky. Place your hand properly and not contact another ball. Achieve that nicely. The cue ball can play right into the stack off the 15. I believe he has to take it. It's a thin one, but makeable. It's called it straight in. Well, off the 13. Just believes he's too thin on the 15. Nice try, but he was risking a lot there if the 15 didn't go down. It's actually a little tough to stop the movement of the cue ball to the right off the 15. You recognize that, so played above for the 9. Nice shot. Very nice. Open up the stack nicely. Perfectly on the 9 going into the top left. Still needs just a bit of separation with the 5, 6, 10, 14. Could get into that now. Not too much risk. I'll have the 7 and the 3 going towards the side pocket. Just going to wait for a couple balls. Didn't think the 5-10 went, but he's having a look at it. Well, that's why he didn't play the breakout, because the combo was there. So now the 11 or the 14 are playing pretty good into breakout balls. So he needs to find a way to develop this 6. Oh, just caught it. Spin got him there. Cue ball overcompensated for the deflection. Berno about halfway to his total now. Escal looking to tighten the gap. 20 balls down currently. Got into the 6 ball nicely. It's ended up in the rack, so it's not going to be able to be used for a breakout ball. 2 or 3 lie okay for the breakouts. Doesn't have to leave the 6 in the rack on the last ball. Oh, he's missed an easy one here. And this is going to hurt him a bit. Open rack for Berno. 6 balls left in this rack. Chance to keep the run going. Eskel's going to have a very aggressive breakout shot here. Bringing the cue ball over to the right long rail and back into the stack. See if he's up for the challenge on this one. Definitely has safe options if he doesn't like it. Smart safe there. Every ball tied up in the rack. Gotta watch doesn't push the 7 anywhere. Doesn't. Thinnest the contacts. Barely moved anything. Eskel ideally looking to open up a couple balls here. I'm just going to stay defensive. A bit of tactical play at the beginning of rack number 5. Sure if the 6 goes here. If it does, Eskel will have a chance. Not looking at it, so must be blocked by the rack. Cue ball coming up table now. Starting to get some small separation. Extremely aggressive try for Berno here on the 3. Looks like he's considering it. A big shot coming. If he makes it, he'll be well on his way to extending his lead. A little too thick. Hasn't left anything though. Only shot available for Eskel is the 3. He might have to take it. Guaranteed position on the 12. Tough shot. Berno's going to have the 3 to the side. It's a little straight to be thinking about hitting it with enough speed to break out the rack. Could. I think the safer play is just to roll onto the 12. He's got angle going in the stack now. Not a lot, but he will be able to create a little more separation. That's a little unlucky if the 8 hasn't lined up well to the 6. It might have. Did line up pretty well. So escape that with a combo. Can use the 11 to create more separation now. 8 onto the 11. Reminder, this is a loser's qualification match, so the winner will advance to the final 16 on the in the redraw portion of the tournament. Loser will settle for 17th to 24th. Berno just coming with some small cue ball movement here in the last 3 shots. He's still on the 15. Bit of an awkward stretch on that one, and it almost got him, but slides it in the thin side of the pocket. Still 3 balls that have to be separated near the racking area. Oh, I think he wanted to be straighter on the 10 there in the opposite corner. He's going to be okay shooting into the bottom right here. Going to have angle on the 2 to open up the 3-9. Got stuck in the rack. How's the 4 going to play? Does come to his savior. 1 ball's just on the corner of the racks. I don't think it'll play great for a breakout. 14's pretty close to the rack too, but he's played a smart shot here. He's going to be able to move the 1 a bit into a better breakout position. Should land on the 3. Just wanted to hit that with a little less speed, and he's lost the pocketing angle. Funny how many times in this match we've seen players go into other balls and just get a little distracted by the ball they're running into. But a little more progression for Berno. 10-ball run, bringing his total to 50 now. Going to be forced to play the 1 for the breakout shot. He's left the cue ball on the rack. So ball in hand to attack the 1. I believe he's left it in the rack. It might be just outside. Eskel back to break. Looking for the breakout play. Missed the one, but hasn't left anything. Looks like the one's going to come up table. Chance for Berno to create something here. Cue ball can come around 2 rails for the 2 in the top right. Quite enough angle to create a lot of action off the 12. Looks like he might have the 3. Or pardon me, the 11, 9. Ooh, slight miss there. Scales on the 12. Can create something into the stack off the 9. Ideally wouldn't want the cue ball running into the 3 here, but I believe he can get through the angle. Yeah, it's thin off the 9 now. Guaranteed pocketing, can focus on the cue ball coming back into the stack. Big energy, just didn't connect with it real solid. Still on the 11. He's able to avoid the double kiss. Cue ball will play well onto the 8 to create some more separation. Good shot. Natural angle now running into the 14. A little bit of separation. He's on the 6. Still 4 balls a little jammed up in the racking area. He's got the angle to go into them now. Focus on the cue ball a little too much there, and a good chance for Berno here. Easy starter on the 3 ball. Nothing lying ideal for a breakout. I think he was trying to get on an angle on the 7 where he could push the 4 into an ideal spot. Doesn't have that. Again, ideally would have wanted to be drawing into the 7. Looks like he's too thin for that shot. Everything's in the open. It's just a matter of developing a breakout ball properly. Looks like he's going to settle on the 15 for the breakout. Could possibly play well if he gets the cue ball over onto the right long rail. Missed the 14. So both players stalling a little bit here. Berno 18 away from his total. Eskel looking to make the comeback, 50 away from the total. Have to really slow this one up with a bunch of right spin if he wants to maintain any kind of angle on the 15. Just made the 10, but he's going to be too straight on the 15, so nothing positive for the breakout here. Run out likely over. One more ball and some kind of safe off the stack. Yeah, just trying to force an angle there. Skel's going to hope that he didn't leave the 15. Looks like he didn't. Always tough to play safe around a ball that's so near a pocket. Could actually shoot the 15 and try to get it into a safer spot. Very nicely played. Covered the 15. Just left the bank on the 9, but a tough one. Smart shot there from Berno. Good return from Eskel. Cue ball's still going to be safe somewhere in the middle of the short rail. Just left the 9. Tough one. Long distance from the pocket. Cue ball on the rail. Narrowly missed thin. Berno's going to have a decent opener with the 15. Be a little tough to hold for the 2. Play some real slow speed. Yeah, up off the shot again. Well, Skel's going to have to mount a comeback, starting pretty quickly. A little straight on the 15, but he can draw straight back for the 2. Looks like he is going to go into the stack now. Create a good power out of that angle. He's on the 4. Chance to start a runoff now. Just looking to create even more separation. Nice shot. Still about 3 balls tied up near the stack. Once some other balls removed here, are removed, it looks like they could find pockets. Biggest one will be removing the 7. That'll open up the pocket for the 14. Nothing really happening towards the 6-7, so going to go up table, try to get a little better onto something back at this end of the table. It's nicely on the 3 or the 5. 3 or the 4, pardon me. I like shooting the 4 and coming down for the 5 here. Safe play there. 3 and the 10 were a little awkward, so good thoughts to take care of that as when he had a chance to. Now he's into that area that was a little funny. Didn't quite separate them ideally yet, but can go 7-4 and separate them again. Surprised he's not playing the 7-4 play. Looks like the 13 might go over from the right side of the table. That would open up the pocket for the 1-6. Doesn't necessarily have to get into them now. Yeah. 12 did go from this small angle. Still just developing a breakout ball to a little late in the rack, and this is what can happen. Still on the 1 or the 6. He's not going to have anything ideal for breakouts here. Maybe below the 14, playing the 14 in the side. If he shoots the 1 right now, the cue ball's kind of playing towards the 14 and away from the 6. Send it up in between here. It's mounting a bit of a comeback. It's brought the match within 17 balls. Wants to stay on top of it here. Tough spot. Could play something, an aggressive draw off the 14, missing the side pocket. Looks like he's thinking about something with the 6. Not sure how much of a two-way this is going to be, but he called the bank. Left a chance. Looks like the cue ball's running into the 6. Ideally, you'd want the cue ball to be running to either side of it. It's a little thin, too, where it's tough to hold. Tougher than it looks here for Berno. Yeah, just couldn't really do anything if he started elevating and drawing. The cue ball was going to have even more speed. Just kind of took a risk there of how the cue ball was going to run into the 6. Didn't end up ideally. Not going to have anything offensive. Good safe opportunities, banking the 6 up table and leaving the cue ball in the middle of the short rail. Just looking for that one opportunity where he can bring out a decent ball run. Only 17 to his total. Froze him nicely to the stack. No shot for Tom. Bit of jockeying coming up in the next 3 innings. Nicely played from Eskel, freezing him right back on the stack. Just realized I've been pronouncing Tom's name incorrectly the whole match. It's actually XL. Apologize, Tom. Friends of his. Got the 6 down. He's got an angle on the 5. Cue ball's playing into the stack. Decent amount of energy. Chance for here for Excel. Oh, he caught one of the balls on the way through to the pocket. And this is going to be an easy opener for Berno. See how many balls he can run out of this. I believe 13 left in this rack. You have to create a little bit of separation, but a decent amount of balls available to get himself in a good position for a breakout. Can use the 8 to go forward into the 4-11. I hope the cue ball's running through the angle enough here with some left spin to stay over on the left side of the table. If not, he can play into the 8. Might go into them now. Decent play. Removed 1 ball. Didn't make much progress, but he's still on the 8. Nicely on the 9 here. Can create action back into the 2, 14, 7, and 15. Off the 1 or the 4. Still on the 1. Oh, he's light of pace here a little bit. Just recognized that he was going to get in too tough to really open up the stack of remaining 5. So decided to play safe on that one. Might have just barely got him. Swerve opportunity available if he has swerve or a jump. Looks like he's going to the jump cue. Have to be sitting on the table, stretching across the wrong side, kind of. A little awkward. Seems to be getting up there okay. Let's try. Berno has the 4 here. And a thin one on the 1. The pocketing on the 1's going to give him a chance to get back on the 4 and open up the stack of 4 remaining. So overcut it. It's going to leave a pretty thin angle on the 1 again. Looks like it's makeable. Oh, unlucky with the cue ball. Was trying to develop something back into the stack, recognizing that he would have had a tough angle, very small angle to get on the 4. Just found the side pocket. So spot shot now for Berno. This will be 5 more balls in this rack. Cue ball's playing perfectly into the area he needs to, and he's got it. 2 and the 4 still tied up. He's on the 7. Might not be. This would be a bad roll if he's not even on the 7 here. Yeah, just was trying to cheat the furthest extreme left part of the pocket. 14 was blocking a little bit too much of the 7. Two and the 4 still not ideally placed. They're available on the top left if he wants. Looks like he might barely have a combo onto the 14. That would solve the problem with the 2-5 as well. Big shot here coming. It's not there. Hasn't left anything easy, but Berno does have a shot at the 14 all the way up if he wants it. Got to be careful playing safe here. These balls, rest of the balls on the table aren't in an ideal spot. Yeah, tried to back cut the 2. Was a real thin one. Excel still trailing by 25 balls. Looking to stay at the table this turn for a good amount of time, make up that deficit. It's okay to hold on the right side of the table here. Might need a bit of left spin, swing the angle down. He's got a good angle. So that's the focus on the pocketing on the 2. He'll have plenty of energy with the cue ball coming back into the stack. Not on the 5 here. Gonna take a thin one on the 8, and this could be the match. Not there. Gonna have to hope for some big luck here. Berno's on the 6. And the 11. So great starter here. Needs 8 balls to win the match. There's 9 left on the table right now, and the 7 looks great to open up this stack of 3. Could be a match-winning visit. Yeah, they're lying good now. Just has to stay in line. 5 balls very in the open. Even the 8 is very accessible. Just leave those 2 balls on the left long rail alone. Three to go now for Berno. 4 to go, pardon me. Berno's played a pretty good match. Have to clean up some elementary errors. But he did have a 20-ball run early on. Looks like he'll be advancing into stage 2, final 16. See that play coming up tomorrow. Just confirming how many more balls he needs. 1 more left. Looks like this is going to be the match for Berno. And we'll have the conclusion of the seniors straight pool division tomorrow. Hugs all around from these 2 competitors. For myself, Eric Horlifson. Good night from the Netherlands.